Alright, I'm back. Let's see here. Okay, what's happening here? Okay, we do that. Yeah, we get ID locked on here. And we switch to the hunter tank. That's still going. Good, good, good. Oh man, the DE shuffling is absolutely insane on Classic Fresh. Literally, 9 hours of DE shuffling. I can't keep up with the auction house. And there's no end in sight. We'll just... It truly is the most passive way to make gold outside of transmute. Let me just check that. Oh, you know what I just thought of? Wait. I... Wait, I don't understand. Why is greater water breathing dealing the same threat as elixir of water breathing when they both have the same level tooltip? So elixir of water breathing deals 8 threat. Oh man, that is bizarre. Okay. Oh, how do you follow this string of logic? This is insane. So elixir of water breathing deals 8 threat because it requires level 8 to activate. But elixir of greater water breathing requires level 35. Does it deal 35 threat? No. Its use effect grants you greater water breathing, which does require level 18. So one water breathing takes the requirement level of the item, and the other one the spell that originates from the item. Oh. Hmm. My guess is that I figured it out. I think I figured it out. The water-breathing spell that originates from Elixir of Water Breathing used to be a spell for shamans, and then they renamed it. And because it's not pinging a shaman, class ID, it's not picking up the spell, but the item level? Well, this is a weird one. Have I ever encountered this? Where no, it's very rare. That's the required level of the item that is the threat number, not the spell. I don't... Oh, I have coffee. So as I see it, there is no reason to have a Horde character once Burning Crusade comes out. For us, everything the Alliance has to offer is just better than what the Horde has to offer. Even if we can just get one charge of Bag of Marbles for an entire raid, it completely obliterates the usefulness of the stamina from Tauren. Yeah. To the new people in live stream chat, if you guys have any questions, feel free to let me know. Right now we're just doing some administrative prep work out of the way. Oh yeah, with the Shaman Tank discovery on Classic Fresh of Elixir of Greater Water Breathing dealing threat, I now have to revisit every single item again in Burning Crusade from the old world, as well as new items in Burning Crusade. So that'll be fun, spending thousands of gold buying random items from the auction house to test if they could deal threat. Yeah, everything is on the table, by the way. Nothing that was figured out in Burning Crusade Classic is assured in Burning Crusade Fresh. Not 100%. Might have a high percentage, 98%, but there's still a percent it's different. There's a few things I'm hoping they'll stick. In Burning Crusade Fresh, the misdirection tech is pretty silly. For those that don't know, you can double tap misdirection on your tank. So if you play a hunter, you can put misdirection on your tank, log out, wait for the duration of the cooldown to fall off, log back in, have the tank pull, and then cast misdirection as soon as after the first iteration of misdirection falls off. So 2 misdirections in a row. Yeah. And if you didn't already know, Ranged Hunter DPS are the highest DPS class in all of Burning Crusade for the almost entire expansion. Yeah, it's all of Burning Crusade. There might be a few outliers here and there. But soon as those Chinese ranged hunters fine-tune the, what is it, CQA code? Yeah, a hunter will be dominant in DPS by wide margin. For the unaware, I keep saying that, for the unaware, Blizzard in Classic Burning Crusade, once the CQA code was figured out on how to implement into Weak Aura, once they figured that out, they, for the first time in Classic WoW, were considering doing changes to Burning Crusade to lower the DPS of hunters. Maybe someone in livestream chat can bring up the blue post? The Blizzard blue post? For the first time ever in Classic WoW. Oh, so for the entirety of original Classic WoW, nothing happened, right? But in Burning Crusade, once those Chinese dudes figured out how to perfectly weave melee and ranged, through stutter stepping, CQA code implemented with WA, oof, the DPS was a bit too hard to ignore. Oh yeah, the good thing about, well, good thing. It was only figured out till the later half of Burning Crusade. So I guess that's also another reason Blizzard didn't feel compelled to bring out the nerf hammer on hunters. When did it come out? Which one is the What raid is before Sunwell? Whatever raid is before Sunwell. It was in the tail end of that patch. So just before Sunwell release. So yeah, hunters were already top DPS because of the Beast Lord set, and then a bunch of Chinese dudes figure out how to increase DPS by like 1,000 by perfectly stutter step weaving between melee and ranged. Yeah, that hunter tech felt like what is it? Tool assisted speed. Yeah, it felt like a TAS program. Because that weak aura allowed you to perfectly robotically do the tech without any error. It was so it was a work of art. You would see the melee being queued up perfectly as you enter melee, and then which one was it? Oh yeah, it's gonna be funny. This time around, I can evaluate someone's common raid tank seriousness based on the race they go in Burning Crusade Fresh. If you didn't go Draenei, not serious. Not a serious rate tank. Can disregard, kind of. Okay, oh man, we need to finish this quickly. Come on. We're entering prime time here. Prime Lathe of the Banshee time. Yeah, it's a bit of a different atmosphere now for Shaman Ray Tanking and Burn Crusade, considering all the tech we know, all the survival threat tech out there. We're quite high and mighty. We're quite confident. We know what's ahead. We know Bag of Marbles can be used. For the entirety of Burning Crusade, there's no hesitancy, there's no questioning. We're very much solidified in almost everything. And then despite all that, not going Draenei Shaman is just a failure on optimization. It's kind of a missed opportunity. A bit like not picking up ZHB in Classic Fresh. So we know how good ZHB is in Classic Fresh. It's relevant for the entire game. To not grab it is Shaman Tank really appropriate for you if you're not able to do the proper research? Yeah. Oh, welcome to the stream, Gala. What server are you playing? Is it Fresh? Oh, we're playing on everything. Gala? I play off-meta tanks, therefore it is optimal to me to play on every single realm. Well, the high-populated realms actively, low-population realms passively. Any relevant realm I'm playing on. What was I saying? Yeah, Shaman Retanking is an effort-based spec. If you're not willing to put in the effort to figure out what's the best race, the thing that sticks with you for your entire raiding career, then maybe Shaman Retanking is not for you. Kind of comes with the territory. It's a decision that you cannot erase, cannot change, cannot modify. So you would assume you'd put a tremendous amount of research. It's like, I don't know, buying a car, right? It's a big investment. You do as much research as possible before buying a car. It's the same thing with Shaman Ray tanking. No, we can't do any more DE shuffling. We have to get out of here. Come on, hurry up, hurry up. So yeah, this time around, it's going to be easier for me to distinguish between serious people and non-serious people. So if you see a Draenei Shaman tank in your dungeons or out in the wild, whew, you know for sure you're dealing with a serious person there. That's yeah, a serious person in all sense. Not just for the commitment to re-level gear and whatnot, gold, and it's also the administrative work involved. The proper add-ons installed, the proper recourse to track bag of marbles, that everything that comes along with that. Yeah, it really comes with the territory. If you're willing to go such an extent to go a new faction and in a new race, why would you falter on lesser aspects? What's this I hear about Healing Warrior and Burning Crusade? Yep. Healing Warrior. So warriors can heal in Burning Crusade. The general gist of it is through the Battle Master weapon enchant. I will be making a video shortly detailing how it works exactly, but the general is Battle Master weapon enchant. And I'm trying to, what's the term? Not hype myself up too much, but raid healing seems possible as a healing warrior. The sim is giving off better numbers than I thought. What was I saying? Yeah, when it comes to healing trash packs in raid, that's a guarantee. You just put a healing warrior in the tank group. If you can, try to put the other melee into the tank group as well, if that's possible. Keep in mind that raid groups in Burning Crusade are 50% hunters and ranged classes. So the very few melee DPS classes can't theoretically fit into the tank group. It doesn't have to be like that, but it's a possibility. Melee DPS classes don't get the necessary hit in the early phases to deal large amounts of DPS, hence why range DPS is high. Mage, Warlock, Hunter. Unless, you know, the DPS warrior or DPS rogue or paladin, yeah, is very lucky with gear. We're talking like, yeah. But on average, without much effort, range DPS will overshadow melee DPS. What was I saying? Yeah, so healing warrior, for sure. The sim is already the viability threshold for HPS. We've already passed it for Kara. So we can heal on trash packs. You go a spell crit gear set. Now that we've ironed out the spec and everything, it's more straightforward than it was in the past. You go spell crit gear now, and you just have target on each different mob in a pack of mobs. And there you go, that's pretty much it. Yeah, if we were to generalize it, that's it. There's a lot involved, obviously, but that's what other players see when they look at you, is you tab targeting and having spell crit gear. Is it only Draenei? Yes, so you go Draenei Warrior, Healing Draenei Warrior because of Gift of the Naru. Gift of the Naru scales with healing, plus healing. I don't know if it scales with spell crit. I cannot get a straight answer. That's up in the air. That's one of the things where Blizzard might cover their eyes and eeny, meeny, miny, mo whether or not Gift of the Naru scales with spell crit. If it does scale with spell crit, that would be fantastic. But yeah, you go Draenei Warrior because of Gift of the Naru. It's an extra source of healing. And it does eventually push you to healing the tank. It brings you closer to the possibility of healing the tank on very short fights. We're talking 20 to 30 second fights. Oh, I'm sorry. The reason we excel on trash packs is because the Battlemaster enchant resets when you swap targets. So the more targets you deal with, the more healing you can throw out. So as a healing Draenei Warrior, you perform exceptionally well on trash packs. Not only through the Battlemaster enchant, but also the Gift of the Naru being available on an emergency heal. When you're dealing against a raid boss, if you're dealing with single target raid boss, just one mob, you preferably want to go a healing set. So a gear set with lots of healing, plus healing. If you're dealing with two mobs, so a raid boss that has an add, spell crit becomes a bit more relevant because you can reset the proc of Battlemaster enchant. There are a few things I still have to discover in Burning Crusade Fresh, is that when you swap groups in a raid, in classic Burning Crusade, there was a slight delay before you swapped groups. Apparently, this was not intended and was fixed in Wrath. So I'm curious to see how Blizzard is going to approach it in Burning Crusade Fresh. If they're going to take the Wrath of the Lich King version of swapping groups in a raid, or the classic Burning Crusade version. If it's instantaneous, that is very good. That is tremendous. We're basically going to be jumping from one raid group to another, healing. And if I need to remind you guys, Burning Crusade, a lot of people will be ranged. It's common knowledge that melee DPS is quite low in Burning Crusade. Little Timmy will want to go Hunter, or Mage, or Warlock. Which is good. Range classes take less damage. There are quite a few raid boss fights where raid mechanics only affect the melee. So in the worst case scenario, we're bouncing between two raid groups, instantaneously healing. For the new people in live stream chat, if you guys have any questions, feel free to let me know. What level am I? 29? Only 6 more levels, then we can do transmute, and this character will be a passive source of income. He'll help us gear out our Draenei Shaman tank as well as our Healing Warrior. And then as soon as the investments we put into the auction house slowly start to pour in every day, we'll level this duder to 60. I'm looking to get Thunder Fury before, at least, Burning Crusade comes out. How do you know so much about these specs? Oh, this is not... Welcome to the stream. Cave? Oh. This is not the first time I play these specs. Some of these specs I've played for decades. Yeah, this is my specialty. How did you realize off meta tanking was your stuff? Yeah. Over time, in the beginning, well, I still do, I gathered an extremely large amount of knowledge about the game that I felt wasn't being used to its full potential. A lot of things were being unutilized that made the game feel more vibrant. And it would be a waste to not showcase my knowledge about the game and how exciting it can be. Yeah, it would be a missed opportunity. Hence, off-meta tanking was born about 18 years ago. Yeah, to have such a bright and vibrant world with so much potential and possibilities. It's a real shame to not utilize it. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Gathered knowledge over the years. Had no way of implementing it, well, until I figured out a way to implement it through off-meta tanking. Yeah, not regret, what's that word? The sinking feeling that things could be better as you see someone is tanking for you, and you can just imagine yourself doing so much better than whoever's tanking for you because you know of an item or an ability. There's that, what's the expression? Yeah, I think you get the idea. Yeah, not many people know this. Anyone in livestream chat know why taunt was implemented? During its development, people in the alpha had difficulties with keeping threat. In very early versions of World of Warcraft, people had issues with threat. People who did not know how to deal threat. Yeah, back then Taunt was incredibly more powerful than it is now. It not only equalized your threat with the highest threat person on the meter, but also dealt that threat. So it was not temporary threat, it was permanent threat. It's a bit different than it is now. Now it's only temporary, and in the alpha days it was permanent. You literally dealt that threat and kept it. So what am I trying to say? Without insulting anyone, Taunt is a kind of band-aid solution for the non-informed people to keep aggro. Basically, I have no idea how to deal threat. Let me just press this button. It'll play the game for me. That's what I'm trying to say in a roundabout way. Is this around the time where they added? Yes. Heroic Strike deals threat. Yeah, in the alpha it didn't used to. In 1 point something X patch, they made a Heroic Strike deal threat. It didn't used to deal threat. Yeah, I know, shocking. The game was different back then. Oh, welcome to the stream, Batronet. Healing Warrior. I remember jumping on a few months ago with you. Oh, yeah? Yeah, after doing some number crunching, it turns out Healing Warrior is superior than a Healing Rogue. Here, I'll bring it up on screen. Let me just hide my credit card information. Yeah, it's gonna be the first time I touch Warrior since original Cataclysm. I've never played a Warrior since then. So yeah, what you're seeing on screen is a healing Draenei Warrior. Draenei is bis because of Gift of the Naru. Gift of the Naru scales with a lot of stuff. We have the Battlemaster enchant on both weapons. And I believe you're looking at the single target. Yeah, this is the single target raid boss gear set, which has an abundance of plus healing. So since we cannot reset the proc of Battlemaster by swapping to another target, we emphasize more on plus healing, which will increase the healing of Major Recom, Sprouted Frown, Gift of the Naru.
There is a notification for Jerem.
I'm excited to... Oh yeah, it's gonna be very interesting. Truly the very first off-meta healer in World of Warcraft timeline. Go Warrior in Classic Fresh. Pick up Blackblade of Sharam. So Blackblade of Sharam has a proc chance where you heal everyone in the party, but it only scales with Amplify Magic and a few other buffs, so it's very... it's not... you have to be very lucky. You every time you engage a mob, you have a chance to be a healer in Classic Fresh. It's kind of disappointing. You're not a healer from the get-go. You're hoping that your weapon procs and you become a healer for 20 seconds. So I don't consider that a healer. I consider what's on screen right now to be a fully fleshed out healer with a specific gear set, specific talents, quite a few ways to heal, a rotation, very, yeah. Oh, and the numbers are so good. We've the sim, the HPS, heal per second sim, viability threshold for raid healing in Karazhan, we already pass it. We fulfill it. So we can heal on trash packs in Kara. Not with this gear set, with a lower gear set than this. Not even the gear set you're seeing on screen. This is overkill. This is what you're seeing on screen is single target raid boss. We're in the tank group healing tank scenario. Well, I'm talking with blue gear. We can heal on trash packs in Kara. All right. Yeah, it's quite ironed out. There are a few things I need to double check. So for example, during Bloodlust, we for sure go a plus healing weapon and Iron Foe. But after Bloodlust, we might be looking at a weapon swap. Because attack speed is quite lowered when we're out of Bloodlust. So I don't know if we potentially swap to a two-hander, or do we go double healing? Maybe an offhand healing and then a healing one hand? I have no idea. Outside of Bloodlust is a bit of a question mark. So yeah, during Bloodlust, for sure, healing weapon, Iron Foe. And Steelhawk crossbow for the hit. We want to make sure that when we're in Bloodlust, we have the highest amount of hit possible. But after Bloodlust, we might be looking at a weapon swap, as well as possibly a range weapon swap to long rifle. Yep. Yeah, 7% hit chance. That doesn't include the improved Fairy Fire debuff from Druid, which is an extra 3%. Oh, one thing that keeps me up at night. The meta sockets. Let's go a meta socket. I feel there could be some hidden potential within the meta sockets. More precisely, Insightful Earthstone Diamond. Its proc rate could be useful. No, sorry, yeah, it's proc, not its proc rate. Just its proc in general might enable a few things. And this one, Tenacious Earth Storm Diamond. Chance to restore health on hit. Yeah, the proc can be considered a spell, which would also be interesting. Alright, let me just buy out the auction house here, and then we'll swap to the tank hunter. Yeah, this is gonna be the first time I actively learn about healing. The most I've ever learned about healing is that how it affects threat for the priest tank. So in a offensive capacity, it's going to be interesting to approach it in a more defensive aspect. So trying to make sure not to overheal and whatnot. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's going to be BIS to make sure that the tank is properly buffed. Right, it's in my best interest for the tank and other people to live, so bringing scrolls with me and whatnot. What was I saying? Yeah, once we hit the raid healing level, that's where things get really spicy. And there's different approaches, different roles within the healing type, healing role, archetype, whatever you call it. You can top off people. We would do that by swapping groups. And then have a bit of a small little job of sometimes throwing a heal towards the tank. The second aspect would be just flat out healing the tank and no one else. So being in a tank group permanently. Obviously, we would not be the only one healing the tank. We would most likely be catching the leftover damage that's not getting healed. So while the Holy Paladin is casting Holy Light for that 1.5 or however seconds casting time it takes, we are healing the tank until the Holy Paladin can get off that flash of light or Holy Light. So we pick up the leftovers, I don't know, how would you call it? The remnants of missing HP until the Holy Paladin can get off a heal. Because let's be honest, it's Holy Paladins are just broken. They're broken. So right now, I am looking for a Stratholme or a Scarlet Enclave or a Nax. But a Nax with a Discord. So I can practice a bit more my communication skills. Yeah, because, yeah, I can only practice my communication skills through Discord a set number of times a week. Across my characters, there's a limited amount of time I can speak to other people. So we have to be on the lookout for a Nax with a Discord. Do you think there's a twist? Okay, we have a question or a comment from Batronek. Do you think there's a twisted mind that thought of this kind of exotic build? You describe more like a happy answer? Oh yeah, the fanatic. Yeah. Everyone disregarded the fanatic, but someone just out of curiosity listened to the fanatic for more than 2 seconds and realized there's a string of potential or logic to his fanaticism. Yeah. It's a curiosity. Let me think of a real life example. There are some fanatics that kind of... So, I think the best comparison would be the Joker from Batman. Joker seems like a fanatic, but if you actually pay attention to what he has to say, there's a grain of truth to his fanaticism. A lot of people might be pushed to think a certain way just over time. Yeah, I'll keep it at the Joker example. Yeah, the Joker example is the best. I'm sorry, it's just like you can just, it's a practically a one to one. You shake up the system, the status quo, There's obviously a sense of complacency and monotonous way of approaching the life, and I could go on to it, but the average person could figure out the easy comparison. You also have to remember it's a bit of a, I think, a selection bias. There are so few people that know World of Warcraft to the extent that I do. We're dealing with maybe 100 people, maybe less. The reason it's so low, people drop off, they play other versions of World of Warcraft, and they forget. There are even less people who write stuff down. Maybe 50 players know as much as I do and write it down to remember. The writing stuff down is a massive component. It is useless to know all this knowledge if you're not writing it down. L'écriture reste, mais les paroles s'envolent. The reason I'm so sure that there are so few people who know the game as well as I do, videos. YouTube is the best way to display your knowledge about World of Warcraft. You would want as many people to know about your knowledge of World of Warcraft to argument against you, to contest, to verify, to rectify. If you're constantly striving to know more and more about the game, you want people to interact with you. The best way for people to interact with you is to release videos on the most popular social platform on the internet. It's non-conducive to evolving your gaming knowledge by not posting it on the internet. Gaming knowledge sounds such a... You would want to expand your horizon with like-minded people as much as possible. You do that, one of the ways you do that is by making videos, posting them on YouTube. So I don't see, there are maybe, I've talked about this on a previous stream. Oh, it's crazy how it all comes back. There are maybe 5 people on YouTube that I would consider my equal. Equals? And I've talked to all of them. I've talked to all of them. That's you reach out to these people. There's so few people, you try to make sure what you're saying was correct by talking with these people. What was your experience? Yada, yada, yada. It's... there's a reason why shaman tanks are extremely sociable. They might not start off, but the more they want to get better at shaman tank, the more social they get because they interact with other people. It's the greatest through line to being social is a shaman tank. Like, you cannot be shy as a shaman raid tank. You're like constantly trading informations back to back with different types of people, and you learn more about that person. Oh my god, we became friends. It's so... yeah. Oh, you know what? Since... Yeah, I think we can only look for a Stratholme UD at this time in the day. If we want to consider a Scarlet, it has to be Stratholme. We do have a whale, so we could, if a good Scarlet presents itself, we could join in at the last minute. Let me go do this here. There, that piques curiosity right there. The Christopher Columbus. Well, I mean, so, I mean, if you read into Christopher Columbus, like the reason he did his exploration is for monetary reasons. It's not so. His motivation was not curiosity or achievement, it was mostly monetary. But I do understand what you're trying to say, Vatronac, yeah. You mean the exploration aspect of... But Christopher Columbus is a controversial person. Oh yeah, I need to search on here. That's right, the Captain Kirk then. Yeah, I like that. That's pretty good. Yeah, not following the rules, establishing the rules. Oh, that's good. I like that. Yeah, that's... Well, it's more grounded in fantasy, so like, what's his name? I mean, he's a fantasy character. Like, created perfect. But yeah, I understand, yeah. Gene... Roddenberry? Rod... I like the Captain Kirk because of the... Is it the Kobayashi Maru? The test where he changed the parameters? I like that. I like that a lot. Yeah. Yeah, I like that a lot. Okay. Yeah, because he was showcasing that the system in place is not the one you actually have, not the one you necessarily have to follow. Yeah, oh man, I like that. I like the comparisons. That's good. Thinking out. Oh my god, thinking outside the box. Okay, yeah. I see the comparison. I'm just thinking back on the most recent Star Trek movies and his off-meta types of approaches. And Spock was meant as a counterbalance to Kirk. A sounding board, I think is the term. Right? Spock was the extreme rule follower, and Kirk was the defiant, judging the system, yin and yeah. So it's like a yin and yang type thing, and they both went off each other, right? In perfect harmony. When one overstepped over the other to come to the perfect decision. Because one cannot exist without the other, and going too much in one extreme. Yeah, one puts too much faith in humanity, and one not enough. Yeah. Yeah. It's literally in the word humanity, yeah, and Spock is half human, yeah. Yeah, I don't even think Spock would even get along with Kirk if it wasn't for his half-human side. Because he could never relate to Kirk. It's thanks to his half-humanness that he can see the logic of the human side. Oh, and you can replace humanity for emotions if you want, because that's what humanity is. I remember the Star Trek conversation we had on stream a while back during... Was it Molten Core? Yeah, I had a similar conversation during Molten Core. Along the release of Molten Core, or shortly after, in Season of Discovery. Okay. Yeah, I'm not expecting the popping of groups on a Wednesday, so I'm bracing myself, taking it a bit more chill today. On my third account, I haven't noticed a single Scarlet raid for the past 3 hours, so I'm kind of, you know... Oh, welcome to the stream, Dark. In the vanilla class 1, have you explored like 203? There is a two-handed Fury Warrior spec in Classic Fresh. It becomes practically optimal if you get... the weapon that reduces armor, what's it called? Do I have it? Bone Reaver's Edge. If you get Bone Reaver's Edge, especially very early on in Classic Fresh, you can legitimately deal near optimal DPS as a two-handed Fury Warrior. On that note, it is technically optimal for a dual-wield Fury Warrior to go... Is it Ravager or Ash Candy on trash packs in a raid? Maybe someone in the live stream chat can correct me. I don't know exactly which weapon it is, but for a dual-wield warrior, even they would temporarily have a two-hand on trash packs. It might also be Bone Reaver's Edge, and then the Whirlwind, and then Whirlwind takes the armor penetration. But yes, there is some legitimacy behind two-handed Fury Warrior. One-hand, shield, enhanced DPS. I'm not familiar with enhancement DPS, one-hand, and shield. I don't know anything about that, but I do know about two-handed warrior DPS. It's quite explored quite a bit, two-handed warrior DPS. It doesn't pique my curiosity. It's quite straightforward, no room for exploration that much. You pretty much do what a dual-wield warrior does, except your weapon is different. Yeah, that doesn't really pique my curiosity. No real challenge. Your DPS is incredibly high. Like I said, near optimal. If you're comparing best in slot dual-wield, top-performing warrior, like, you're still very high. But there's no motivation for me to explore it. Yeah, the Kobayashi Maru, the test. But that's the thing, to change the parameters of the test, you need to know intrinsically well the test. So he knows the system so well that he can cheat it. So in order to play an off-meta tank, you need to know so much about the game in order to cheat the system. Oh god, it's brilliant, Vatrinak. You madman, that's a brilliant comparison. Yeah, that's incredibly good. Off-meta tanking would not exist if people knew very little about the game, or no one felt compelled to learn about the game. And sadly, that's what's happening in Season of Discovery, which is very ironic. For the majority of Season of Discovery, things were very much handed to players, and there was no real reason to discover things. Which is a weird thing to say. So because the game was not challenging enough, it did not compel people to explore the game and discover new things. And therefore, it didn't incentivize them to learn about the game. And therefore, when you brought up the topic of a tanking priest or a tanking hunter, people went question mark and had no idea how it could be possible. Because they never had the motivation of a challenging game in order to explore some weird item, and they never had a reason to go past AFKing in Orgrimmar. Why? The game was handed to them, so they didn't know about... They only know about their talents and no one else's. They only know about their... I mean, it's just... Something like breaking the code, right? Yeah, let's break into the game and make... Yeah, I understand. You're more like Neo in the Matrix? Oh, that's possible, yeah. To pump up a little more your ego. My ego is quite high, but I don't feel bad about my sometimes pretentiousness, considering the average knowledge that a WoW player has. It's very... Ooh, it's hard not to come off as pretentious. For me, like... It takes so... Wait, let me phrase this better. It takes so little to come off as pretentious. Unfortunately, it's the era we live in. Of raid logging. People won't learn about the game if all they have to do is log into it 1 hour a week. Why would they learn more about the game? They're already beating it by logging in for 1 hour. For raid logging, that's it. So as soon as you break that cycle of raid logging and actually play the game more and take it seriously, I've said this before, you can catch up to me and my gaming knowledge on World of Warcraft without playing the game. You can catch up to me. When I started 18 years ago, the internet was empty in terms of WoW knowledge. Everyone has the potential to catch up to me extremely fast. The internet is so vast right now. I did not have Icy Veins, Wowhead 18 years ago with plenty of categories, active community. Yeah, so you can start to learn more than I know by learning about the game by not playing it, quite literally. Yeah, all the information is out there. It's not being hidden. Actually, I take it back. It is being hidden. What I hate about Discord. Information is being hidden behind Discord servers. So it's kind of a back and forth. There's a tremendous amount of knowledge out there, but a lot of it is behind closed doors in certain discords. But it's at least out there. You just need to know how to get to it. With the release of Discord, information does Yeah, unfortunately some information is behind closed doors because of the release of Discord. But I think it pales in contrast just to the overall population. Yeah, I mean, to the new people in livestream chat, if you guys have any questions, feel free to let me know. Yeah, it is really knowledge keeping, right? It's useless to know all this knowledge if you don't write it down. That's what that's one of my big gripes against Discord, is that its search function is atrocious. Because the main priority for Discord is to optimize for smartphones. When it comes to desktop usage, it's horrendous. Oh, it's already bad for... You can't expect to do big research using a mobile phone to begin with. So let's just get mobile phones out of the equation, right? Sure, you can do research on the road, but you're limited to like 4 sentences at a time. If you add it all up, it might be just better to go home and then just fully be able to read a page instead of having to scroll down while you're on the road. Which one is better? I don't... Kind of hard, but the search function on Discord is really bad. And people are bad at cataloging stuff. So, not only do you need to know, or you need to remember to write stuff down so you can keep it for the next generation, but also categorize it properly. Catalog it properly, yeah. Archiving it properly. Paper. And then the way to find it is to click through a pile of random discussions about cats and dogs. It's like, why is this not more properly organized? Oh, and you can't crawl. I don't believe. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think you can web crawl a Discord server. Right? You cannot open up a Chrome tab on a desktop and then search a server for a keyword without joining that server. So you can't web crawl, because web crawl is one-to-one, no barrier. If you have to join something, then it's not web crawling, because you can't crawl to it. It would be the equivalent of a website having a password. Yeah, just exactly the same thing here. But someone feel free to correct me if it's changed. But I don't believe you can web crawl Discord. I know there's an API of sorts that can look through the Discords you've already joined and find keywords for your better research and whatnot. But in terms of not joining, I don't think so. Okay. So yeah, I'll rephrase it. You can learn quite a bit about the game without playing it. I'll keep it at that. Yeah. Even that take is quite controversial, but I'll defend that till the end. That it's so incredibly true. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's quite a shame that Season of Discovery only started to get actually challenging towards its end. We finally got there, boys. Season of Discovery was actually, well, for the average player, for me, it was challenging the whole route, but for the average player, Season of Discovery only started getting hard for the last month? Yeah, 1 month. For 1 month. People have been starting to use Wowhead for the very first time because of Scarlet. Yeah. You're witnessing people actually open up their spellbook and kind of peruse around at what could help them in Scarlet the past month now. For the I'm seriously saying this. It's incredible. Yeah, for the first time, people are actually thinking. Yeah, okay, I'll say that. Yeah, for the first time, people are actually thinking. Because the game is actually hard for once, so forces them to think how they can overcome an obstacle, which is right now Scarlet. Is it too late? Kinda, yeah. Unfortunately, it is too late. I wish Phase 1 was hard of Season Discovery. And I don't mind if it makes my job harder as well, obviously. I would much rather people critically think about the game than me have a harder time. Right? Did I say that properly? Yeah. I would much rather people find enjoyment in Season of Discovery over, yeah, me having an easier time, sorry. Yeah. I might have mixed it two up, but you get the idea. Yeah, the Captain Kirk comparison, I like that a lot. There's a few characters out there that I've thought of can affiliate with me of comparisons and whatnot, but I've never considered Captain Kirk. Yeah. Neo. Let's see, Neo. Yeah, Neo is good too. Neo is part of a... so let's see here. The Matrix... Oh wait, no, let's not confuse Terminator here. Isn't Terminator and Matrix quite similar? Didn't the machines revolt? Humanity wanted to perfect itself and reach the sun. They reached it, got burnt. Realized the sun was too great of a power they couldn't control, yada yada, allegory, yeah. Then people became... So in the Matrix, I guess they just accepted the system that they're in, which is the one ruled by robots. My Matrix is not that good. And then... Was humanity ever given a choice in Matrix to choose? Oh, no. Humans were used as a resource, right? Yeah, the machines took over. Humans were used as a resource to nourish the machines, and were put into the Matrix as a sense of dullment of their humanity, so they couldn't revolt. And then Neo was the one... actually... Wasn't it... what's his name? Morpheus? Wasn't it Morpheus that came and pointed out that Neo is in a false sense of reality? Or did Neo realize the whole time? But it's not really Neo that came to the realization, it was Morpheus. No? Yeah, it's in the Animatrix. Oh man, I couldn't watch that when I was a kid. It was a bit too gory. But yeah, I remember the machines took over, but humanity chose to go into the Matrix after losing the war. Ah, yeah. Okay, it's coming to me. Yeah, it's coming to me. Yeah. Ah. Oh. Okay, I think I know what it is. Morpheus was the one to point out to Neo that he's in a false sense of reality, but it was only Neo that could accept that he might be in a false sense of reality. Right? Morpheus could have gone to any person, but it would not have worked. It's because he picked Neo because the one. So he was receptive to the possible truth. Neo was receptive to the possible truth. Ah. So Morpheus was the key. Neo was the keyhole, the lock. So Neo was the one to be able to receive the key. Well, actually, unplugged humans are looking for the one, and they are going to more people than just Neo. Oh, okay, so they branch out, but I see. Okay. I'm trying to connect the two. There's also one short film about a sprint runner who's so fast that he's unplugged himself alone. Wow, that's actually what would be the what is he? Does he just overload the system that keeps him in the tube thing? Or is it, I'm sure there's some... Oh, actually, don't spoil it. Oh wait, sorry. No, we'll cut that straight at the head there. Don't say what it is, Vatronac. If you've seen it, don't. Sorry. Yeah, yeah. Or have maybe a hint at what it is. Don't say it. We'll keep that. That's actually a spoiler because it's a very popular franchise. I mean, yeah, also the one, yeah, the following religion, sense and humanity in one person instead of a whole. Yeah, 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 I know that. Uh-huh. Yeah, that's the reason God will never have a physical form, because you can imagine God as any form, therefore your breath. Yeah, I know that, what is it, allegory or... Yeah, we can bring in Christianity and Judaism as well into this conversation. But yeah, yeah, I know that, yeah. Like, the fact that Jesus, I don't know, yeah, we won't go into the religion aspect. No religion. Huh, I wonder if the... interesting. Is it possible the pure perseverance of humanity is something that machines could not control and not expect? Oh, because of the emotions. Oh, okay, yeah, I see. Oh, okay, I see the... Yeah, right. Oh, interesting. Oh. Shoot. Why do I need... I just remembered I don't have my Scarlet uniform. Alright, what we're gonna do is we're gonna get res sickness and just take the flight path back to Pretty Bay. Luckily we don't have too many daunting things on the docket, so we can go back and forth. Yeah, but I like definitely the pill scene. The 2 pills being offered, that's a... the choice to stay ignorant, or the choice to see the world for what it truly is, or the willingness to accept that things might not be perfect. Or, yeah, something along those lines. Or to accept that the current system you're in is perfect and you don't want it changed. I like that, yeah, the pill scene. Yeah, go down the rabbit hole. Yeah, to accept that the world has its faults. Or to accept that the world is perfect. But through its faults you can, yeah... Yeah, it's quite, a lot of people forget why the fantasy genre is so popular, or just forget about the hero's journey. What makes the hero's journey so good is because of its downsides, right? It wouldn't very much be a hero's journey if everything was handed to you. I'm quite shocked that people, the amount of people who don't know about the hero's journey and how many times it's utilized. Yeah. I couldn't have imagined it would be a tough pill to swallow, that a hero's journey welcome to the stream. Wild, man, I was so hyped to play Healing Rogue and TBC with my go. Yeah, so although we have Healing Rogue, I need to switch that to Healing Warrior. As a Healing Warrior, you can be a Draenei, which has access to Gift of the Naru, which is an extra avenue to heal. You can go Healing Rogue, but you will... Well, you won't be limited, but if you have any ambitions of eventually transitioning to something as little as healing on trash packs in a raid, Healing Warrior is better. But if your only end goal is to heal in dungeons, you can go Healing Rogue. A Draenei with Gift of the Naru, as the patches progress, there's more and more items that work alongside Gift of the Naru, and your healing output gradually increases. So you're quite strong in the beginning, but there's room to grow as the game develops. I will be making a video about this, don't worry, Wilds. But don't set your ambitions too high, right? There's multiple ways of healing. You can start off as a healer that tops off people in a raid. Oh, welcome to the stream, Dirty. What was I? Yeah. Oh yeah, there's one thing that we still have to wait for, figure out, is the delay when it comes to switching groups in a raid, if it's instantaneous or there's a slight delay. If it's instantaneous and you can swap groups in a raid, that gives us a new healing role where we can swap groups and heal the group that needs healing. That would be tremendous. But yeah, I will be releasing a video shortly about Healing Warrior. There's a lot to unpack. Yeah, I guess swapping groups would be the definition of a AoE healer? Or no, not an AoE healer, a healing the raid in general. Right? Yeah, you fulfill that condition. Because you can quite literally swap and then... the height of all this, if manageable, would be to be in the tank group being able to heal the tank through Battlemaster Enchant, as well as all the other items that heal, but also act as a kind of healer that picks up the leftover damage that the tank takes while the, for example, Holy Paladin gets a flash of light off or a Holy Light. You act as the kind of breadcrumb leftover healer. What was I saying? Oh yeah, I've done the Sims. I've gone through the HPS needed for Kara trash packs. A healing warrior meets the quota. And then some. So yeah, numbers are in. And they're good. And there's room for them to get better. So yeah, what you're seeing on screen now is the best in slot gear for a healing Draenei warrior to do particularly well on single target boss. So a boss with no ads. If a boss has ads, then your gear leans more towards spell crit, because you can reset the proc of Battlemaster Enchant, which scales with spell crit. Where's it tuned 18? Yeah, if you have any questions, feel free to let me know. I'm here to help. The best way you can prepare right now is to make gold. Unfortunately, you cannot level a Draenei at the moment. Yeah, make gold and perhaps start looking for a guild that has Bag of Marbles. I just spoke to... Did we speak with him on stream, or was it in chat? Oh yeah. I had a conversation with someone in live stream chat about his guild and how they're preparing for Burning Crusade, and they are keeping their Bag of Marbles. So they're leveling new characters. Not only so they can get an extra raid lockout for gear to help them in Classic Fresh, but they're also leveling characters for an extra chance to get more Bag of Marbles, which they can then use to take down a raid boss in Burning Crusade. So yeah, you want to join those type of guilds now, or start to look for them, solidify your spot in that guild, and then So that and making as much gold as possible, like kind of two ways you can prepare for a eventual healing Draenei warrior. Yeah. Oh yeah, I remember. Yeah. Um. Yeah, the mana etched two-piece set just happens to be giving us a lot of spell crit. But we don't go for a four-piece. Oh, let me write. There we go. Oh yeah, I'm just curious to see what comes out in phase 2. Do we see a spike in the form of something? No. Trinkets. I think it's trinkets. Ah, Valreaver Piston, yeah. Yeah, Valreaver Piston is the defining trinket for phase 2, the most notable. And in phase 3, I believe the Spire of Karabor is the most notable. Yeah.